So, good morning. It's the 5th of April, 2024, non-farm payroll day. Oops. You can see that was a typical non-farm payroll day. Huge hammer down after the giant sell-off yesterday. 100 and something points in the ES, 110 or something like that. Levels, expected on the NASDAQ, which is certainly not the ES. And then back to the scene of the crime and up and down, and here we are. So that's the non-farm so far. We are looking to, looks like open higher in range. The way that works is real simple. This is yesterday's range. You see that huge sell-off. And this is yesterday's range, and here we are trading. So will we open higher above close and within range? Looks like it. So what I would do at that point is start to update my statistics from higher in range here, this column, of 2,000 days. 572 opened higher in range. And then of those 572, 474 of them, the overnight POC was touched by price. And that's represents 82.9% of the time. That's all there is to this. It's real simple, straightforward. This is the full session volume profile. This is the RTH session volume profile, which is currently showing yesterday. We'll reset at 8:30. This is the chart volume profile. And now we go with and let me turn this on so you can see what I'm doing. Let me go with this one, which is expected to be higher in range. And the overnight VPOC is right there, and it's 84, whatever I said, 82, nope, higher in range, 82.9%. Okay, so it's 82.9. Period. That's all there is to it. And then I continue to do that for the other levels, which are pushed by Bookmap automatically. The high volume nodes are pushed by Bookmap from the micro composite. These are the high time frame areas which I note, or levels which I note and enter manually. And the rest of it's simple. I mean, that's all there is to it. Somewhere around here we have, well, you can't really see it because it's right with the mid, but the VPOC from the full session is it more muted or darker yellow. The VPOC from the RTH session is a brighter yellow. Then there's the mid, Then there's the VWAP. Both of the, I don't reset them for ETH, only for RTH. And this blue line is the correlated market. And that's, those are the only lines on any of my charts. I don't have anything on my IRT. Don't use any indicators. So that's where that's at. And I try to keep these, so I just have a grid line showing here. That means 50 cents or 50, half a point, 2 ticks over here. Yeah, lots of liquidity down there. Wow, it's got to the mute button in times for a sneeze-a-thon to attack me here. All right, so we got an overnight high, 74.8%. And this is the full session VPOC, right? So we got to get winded clear up here to the overnight high. 74.8. Now, these levels, these statistics, pay no attention to anything other than the relative position that we will open today relative to yesterday's RTH open. That's it. Doesn't have anything to do with non-farm payroll. Powell said he's giving away money. Nothing matters. The only variable here is the relationship of the open to the previous RTH close. That's it. So that's something you got to remember. These are not there's not a lot of variables. And frankly, you can't have a bunch of variables and have a statistically significant data set. Doesn't work. And the mid is 77.4. So let's go back over here and plop in the overnight mid, 77.4. Oop, what happened here? There we go. And I will continue to do that now for the rest of these. Overnight low. Pretty long shot, I suppose. 49.3. And I'll enter these for some other levels that I think are pertinent to me. Value area high and low, that's usually something that lately has had quite a significance. Value area low, where's value area high? 71%. So there we have that. And value area low, which I think is right there. No, that's settlement. Okay, I'm sorry. Lost my head. The difference between value area low and developing value area low is, as you would expect, this is for the value area low and high of the previous RTH trading session. Developing value area low or high is for the current trading session that's now trading. In this case, it's ETH. As soon as the RTH starts at 8:30 Central Time, these will apply to that RTH period or session. So that's how that works. Okay. What else we got here? What other suspicious levels do we have? The close. Let's see. Previous close is 69.6. All right. Settlement, there isn't a statistic for settlement on this. Okay, so those are the setups there. We're going to turn on the multi brackets, which is on, set for the two-lot risk neutral package, and I'm going to change this to 48. Oops. That's going to set my T2 to 48 ticks from entry. Okay. I can always adjust that down if it looks like price action, but sometimes if price is moving fast, that'll get hit and the price will continue on. So I'm trying some new stuff on with RTL code for back testing in IRT. And I've been experimenting with that, and it seems to be another change to the trade plan is kind of that I've been experimenting with once T1 scale, which is here at 12 ticks, is taken out or is hit, then I move the second stop from the scratch or break even or scratch up to the entry. Yesterday, I moved it past the entry, and that was a mistake. It cost me a lot of money in terms of profit loss. That I did not realize. I made profit yesterday, but not as much. Out of 100 points or something like that, I think I got 50 ticks out of 400. So pretty piss poor. So anyway, I'm just trying some different stuff here. But I never, ever would move my stop away from the entry. In other words, I would never widen it out. That's just, if it looks to me like the stop is going to be, for example, one of my trading rules is that I cannot have an obstacle between my entry and my first scale. So if, for example, I was, which would mean 3 points. So if I was going to enter, there would have to be clear sailing to 3 points for the first scale before any obstacle. If for some reason, say, I entered too late and it was only 2 points or 2.5 points to the first obstacle, then I would have to adjust. First, that would mean that the trade was not valid to enter. If I did that, it would be an error, A, and B, I would have to close in my stop rather than widen the stop above that or that scale above the level. And the same goes for the stops, right? If the stop's going to be positioned, say, if I enter and I have 3 points, but I'm entering late, so the stop is going to be positioned just in front of the POC or the mid or something like that, I can't move them. That would mean that is not a viable or a valid trade entry for me. If that was pretty long-winded description there, but we'll see if it works. So now we're set for 2 lots to trade. Okay. And we're going to have the open here in a couple of minutes. I got to do my RTH or my TLab posts. The hell is that? Huh. I know exactly what that is. It's copying the window instead of the whole thing. Why this goddamn window keeps changing, I don't know. That's irritating. There we go. Now it'll be correct. Wow. Stupid. Uh-huh. Okay. When we open, I will change these IRT charts to the day session. Let's see what happens. I'm going to bio break here and be right back. All right, so I've got the levels set. I've got the book map dialed in, kind of, sort of, maybe. Got a big load of liquidity parked down here around 02, 05, sorry. They don't want it into the ones anymore, I guess. It dropped down there yesterday. A long way in there yesterday. So we stand by here and hope for the best. I had a bit of a suspicion, or I guess hope, really, that after that big sell-off yesterday, all those shorts, based on the non-farm this morning, they would come in and squeeze them. If that would happen, that'd be pretty epic, and it'd be a good trading opportunity. So 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes and counting. Well, they seem like they're getting rambunctious here ahead of the open, which is kind of freaking irritating. So here we go. Here we go in another couple of minutes. I'm going to do this ahead of the, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to change those charts ahead or behind by a second. I don't guess it matters. And start to track the, well, can't yet. It's moving quick as normal, as expected. I always track these migrating VPOCs because obviously easy to see now, but when they scroll off to the left, it's nice to have these flags sitting down here. I know what they are. That was kind of the, goddamn, I don't know what, opening swing, low, high. This is all over the board. Could be real goofy here. Yeah. Could be pretty goofy. These levels are pushed by my IRT. These lines are another tool here, an add-on thing you buy from Bookmap. You can see there they use a similar cloud note, but they're just notice a little bit late. OSH. What the hell is OSH? The hell is OSH? Okay, so here we have a VPOC migration up. I'm going to take that. Okay. Make a snapperoonie over here. God damn, I'm sick of that. This snap thing is just not working right. And it gets me all confused. There we go. Because I am trying to get those things done, and now I'm gonna. I didn't get to my scale for a tick. Isn't that just perfect? While I'm screwing around looking for a damn snap thing, I'm gonna stop worrying about the IRT snap. Failed out, stopped, 2 stops. Son of a bitch. Well, that's just irritating. Boom, boom, boom. That's real irritating. Huh. That's over the moon irritating. Okay. Try to keep all this going from my journal here. Well, let's see here. That's just, and pretty funny that it's just to my ticks. It's just to my stops, right? Oh, forgot that part. So what we got here, I suppose it was about 024. Well, that's irritating. It's so irritating for me to start out the morning on my back foot. And I was late, obviously, for that swing. God damn it. Oh, well. Right. A tick from my scale. Yeah, damn. Really, because I was messing around here. No, that's not true. So Tom has been going on about mean reversion here all morning. But my problem for that is, in this case, 17.5 to 15, that's only 1.5 points, right? So that's not got the 3-point scale requirement. Over here was VPOC migration up. I was a little bit late. Had I been right on the migration, I would have been scaled. So then I would be sitting on a scratch instead of full stop. That's a good point. Yesterday was a trend day, so there was no value area. Ah, man, that is just irritating. Now there's the VPOC and the mids down below there, so we'll probably get to those. And I'm late. Not going to short it, I don't believe here. That target is hit for the EVPOC. Damn, that's irritating. See what we get here this time. Typically, they will get the mid and they will go for the, and we'll get a new IB low, but maybe not. It could be just a mean reversion day, and I'm going to be offsides twice, which will mean I quit for the day. And here's a situation where my late entry got me in a really terrible position because of these two levels right here. So let's see if they can get past that Globex VWAP and the overnight low and get down to my limits, my scale. Now I'm in the position where I'm trying to protect myself from more of a 33, so it's about 28. Okay, so we got the mid. If we'll get down to my, if we can get down to my my T1, that would be magical. Damn. I don't want this thing to come back in my face. I'm really over that. And that's what's happening now. God damn it. Well, that's just really annoying. Two full stops. That's it for me today. And slowing the draw to bring my scale up to protect. Boy, that is annoying. It's a real depressing way to have a Friday. Nothing worse for emotional capital than to have a loss on a Friday, in my opinion. I don't like that at all. And I'm so disappointed that I guess it's my entries again, you know. Here I am short at the EVPOC. And going to the moon now, you know. I guess. Some silly shit. Really disappointing. IB high, going to be pushed up. Tom is going on about he's going on about mean reversion. And yeah, that was a mean reversion right here, I guess, along. Now what are they going to do? I don't know. I can't take three of these. Two stops and I'm out for the day. I'll watch, of course. Well, that was, I guess, 28. I guess this is about 30. Just teasing my targets. And now, you know, here we go. Wrong side of the market for me. God, boy, that's irritating. One tick from my target here. And about 2 ticks here. So similarly, just crazy. The joy of trading. I don't know what to say about that. Really. Yeah, that's just really annoying. So I'm down about 6 and change, or 6 points, whatever that, or with the 13, I guess it's probably about. Really annoying. Oh well. Damn. One step ahead and 2 steps back. Just crazy. Just completely crazy. And I don't see this mean reversion crap going on here. 18 to 15. That, if I shorted, well, that's too late. If I shorted there, really, really frustrating. Oh well, let's see what the market brings. It's only 8:46. That's pretty stupid to be down 2 stops. 2 stops in the first morning, and the most important part that's really frustrating is miss my scale on both sides by 1. Now, I should be aware of the fact 2 things. My entry was short on this VPOC migration. My entry was late. But Tom has been talking about mean reversion. So that would have been a sell. This would have been a buy. No. Wrong side of the market, wrong side of the context. And right now the market is pretty much obviously rotational. So there's that. TBH, I held through the counter rotation. What does that mean? I can't very well. There we go. For now, they get the squeeze going on these guys. We could make a lot of money here, but I'm afraid of that. There's my scale. I'm not going to hold through all that, but there we are at my target. I have no idea what it's going to do now. Well, that would have been a mean reversion short from the IB high, I guess. And here we have another goddamn VPOC migration up. I'm scared now. You know, I got burned on that last one, and so yeah, now I'm spooked. This could be a short. However, we continue to migrate up. And if they get a squeeze on, this thing could go to the moon. But I don't know. We've been mean reverting, and now I miss my calling here for this long. I'm spooked, so it's bad. Scared money doesn't trade good. Or I would have been out and stopped and all kinds of nasty stuff. So why isn't that closing up? There we go. Yeah, that's just really frustrating. Tom's talking about this area up here. So this VPOC migration test here would have given a scale here. So that would be, you'd be sitting on a scale, which is a break even. So that's, that can help. Now we're going to be able to get some traction out of that 21 to 27. See, that would have covered both stops on that VPOC migration up. My problem is it's just hard for me to think about taking another trade. I'm so conscious about risk management or risk. I'm risk adverse actually, and also real conscious of revenge trading or whatever else. Like look at this here now. What is this all about? The overnight high. It's always amazing how I can just instantly get tagged the wrong way, miss by a tick on two separate directions and get stopped. Crazy. It lends to the paranoia of they're watching my trades. And I'm irritated as hell now because I hate going into a weekend on a loss. So I'll have to stand here and continue my vigilance and try to make a couple of trades and get this thing positive. Missed that. This VPOC migration was a trade to take again. And now coming up on 10 points. But it's at this point, it's a breakout and it's too late. Here we are at 30. Tom's call. Just irritating. Let's see if they can get it to mean revert back down. That would be one hell of a nice trade. Well, that was the trade I missed, actually. Was from here up. The context is now up, so shorts are dangerous at this point. And I guess longs are dangerous for me. I've gone the wrong direction twice this morning in the first 30 minutes. Oh, that's irritating. Very, very irritating. 2 trades so far. Both of them missed their scale by a tick and then went to stops. So the joy of trading. 2 trades out of many, but just irritating. It's like 1 step ahead and 2 steps back. I don't want to think negatively, but it's, even no matter how long you do this, I think stops always irritate me for sure. Well, this is the developing value area high they're testing here now. Why the map hasn't updated the IRT chart, I don't know. And no, not yet. So I'm just late on all of these. This mean reversion trades and I need to get along better. I have to figure out, be more confident about it. Tom's talking about taking the short, so I suppose he took this trigger up here. There's a retest, short, and then mean reversion. So it's mean back with the target down here. But right now, entering that trade is not a very high probability because, yeah, there's room, but there's range. But where's your stop going to be? Here. Not even above the swing. Let's just put the mouse right there and see what happened. Assuming that it was an entry. Stop at 29. Want to get the stop at least above 30. And also it's after 9. So the IB30 is kind of back in the mix. And that's that mean reversion short's working out wonderfully for Tom. It never ceases to amaze me how fast a trade will go against to stop, and how sweat, long struggle, carry on it takes to get to a profit target. It's obviously for other people that's not the case, but it seems like that's the case for me. It seems like when I'm wrong, it's just a split second. Boom, 30 seconds, and there's the stop. Now, and then there's a million different things you can say. Stops are too tight, blah, 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 blah. But here we have, here's a nice mean reversion trade. IB high, test, nobody home, sell it, mean reversion, outside in. And it's coming down to here. So nearly 10 points. And now it's way too late to get involved. But really disappointing. And it's just me. Other people are having no problem with it, but that's something I got to try to figure out better. And these mean reversion trades are also asymmetrical, because if you shorted here, your stop would be up here for 3. You could pull it right down to the high of the day. In theory, risk a point, for example. Asymmetrical, meaning there's the risk to reward is extremely high. I would be now at 10 points. So I've covered my 2 stops and be ahead. No problems. That's just maddening. And in the first 30 minutes of trade. And with that, I'll go get a glass of water. And would you look at that? I go away and they touch the VPOC and haul ass right back to the top. Wow. That's pretty, that's pretty amazing. That is amazing. Wow, look at that. Every time I turn around, this thing is doing something crazy. Look at this noise. What the hell is that all about? Well, I'm not going to take this because that's obviously, that's pretty amazing. The hell happened? What the hell happened there? I wonder. Well, I guess maybe they're just catching stops. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on now. There's a couple of trades that are mid VWAP to VPOC. Are we going to go short now? What the hell is going to happen? I got no idea. Going to go down to developing value area low. Check out some of these previous POC locations. This noise here is crazy. I don't have a read on this at all. I had no idea what this is about or why it would be doing this, to be honest about it. Hard for me to see mean reversion when this is the daily. This is the daily toothy looking thing, but I guess, Tom would say, well, it's fractals, but that's not got 3-point range. I don't know what this is all about. I don't know what they're doing down there, and then they're going to go shooting up here, and who knows. This one was crazy. I can understand outside in, but now we go with the VPOC migration again. Is that going to mean something? I got no clue. Twice I tried that and got burned today. Again, I don't know what they're up to. I don't know what this means in the terms of the auction. It looks to me like we're auctioning. They're pulling value up. The context of the day is essentially up. There we are at an VPOC 30. I mean, an IB 30 area. It's past 9 o'clock. The IB has not set. Now we're at testing this previous VPOC. Funny that this Bookmap is doing all this jumping around and IRT hasn't switched yet. There it goes. All right. Yeah, I don't know what they're up to here. Let's see if we can get one long. If they do that. And I'm bringing these two stops up to entry right frickin' now. Okay, there we go. So we got our scale. We're at entry and target is up here. Now I'm going to start doing some other stuff. Like bringing that up there. Okay, so what do we got? 1, 3, 35. Okay. And maybe we'll get up here to my MVPOC. You never know. There's the new IB. Will we post a new IB up? I think so. Let's go. Let's see what's up. 1, oh, I don't know. 3, 104. Come on, get up there. Take out that IBI. What's the matter with you? Girls, come on, girls. Don't take my stop. Yep, there we go. So we stopped on that one. And it'll probably go up to the target, but I need to get some money back in the pot here. That helps a little bit. And what is it there? 513. 5, 10. T stop. T. Okay, I got to get a new piece of paper and actually start doing this more methodically. And I got to start using a. All right, so that helped a little bit, helped my attitude. And I'm still down 200 something bucks because of those 2 stops, but that's better than 6. Oh, look at this new VPOC migration up here. Whoops, wrong screen. Look at this new VPOC migration up. Right below the the IB. They may get a squeeze on. I better hang around here and see what's up. Maybe I can get somewhere. Yeah. We're also up here at the top in dangerously mean reversion country. One more trade like that, and I'll be okay. For the day. And my psychology, I'm okay. I'm fine for the day mentally. I mean, but it's the psychology that bothers me. And I don't know why that is, but I guess it's just normal. It's your monkey mind kicks in, and mine is I think it has to do with your background and your personality too, near as I can tell. I've always been really good at anything I tried to do. Literally anything I applied myself to. Sailing, a commercial pilot, instrument, my professional stuff. And so this is like probably why it's such an ultimate challenge to me is to get it right, because it's something that I struggle to get right. I don't know whether I overthink it or underthink it. Finding the T-Lab and, these risk neutral ideas and some trade setups has been a huge. I'm trying to get the vetted trades so that I can, is it the VPOC migration? Is it the IB30? Is it the IB stat? Which is the vetted trade, and then just stick to that and bang out a living. I'm not getting any younger, and I normally worked for myself, but recently, last several years, I've been involved with another company, and I don't feel comfortable having my future tied to somebody else's whim, so, I mean, that's that. And it's kind of the devil in the deep blue sea. When I was in KL, Kuala Lumpur, it was perfect because the market opened, the regular trading session opened at 21:30 or 22:30, depending on daylight saving. And so I had unobstructed, undisturbed focus in trading. Now that we relocated to the Central Standard Time Zone in U.S., all hell breaks loose at 8:30 with everything, emails, and for example, every day at 20 after 7, I take our daughter and 3 days a week, wife to school. So I never am around for a number at 7:30, for example. I'm not complaining about that, but that's restrictive. And then, the first few hours of the market are my preference to trade. Here we are testing. This would be a price check at aisle 3. Came down here and tested this. It's still too low. They're going to try to go up with it. 54 out, 51. Don't really have a trigger there. Anyway, what I was going to say is that, it's hard for me to, and I'm the kind of a person that sort of needs to focus on what I'm doing as opposed to multitasking a million things at the same time, or at least that's how I feel now. Anyway, these are all thoughts that, obviously, I don't think there's anybody that would argue that the major part of trading is psychological. I'm pretty sure everybody agrees. Anybody that's traded successfully would agree with that. Let's put it that way. So we could continue to bang this out. We still have the IB stat will be coming up in 10 minutes. I was going to go do something when I got all excited about that VPOC migration up, and you see what would happen had that taken the VPOC migration for the third time today. Over here, worked like $1 million, right? Didn't get to my 48 tick target, but did fine. And now here we are, migrate up, and it doesn't go again. It pulls back for a price check at aisle 3. And what's going to happen? If you took exactly that 24, 23, what is that, 23? 23, exactly. It might have been a scale, so you'd be sitting risk neutral, but that's pretty dicey. And what's this crap all about? You know, that looks like the last hump in a roller coaster. Yeah. So I feel a little better about did I put this down here? Okay, I'm going to stop. I've got to figure out a way to capture my times for the stream because I run these streams the full day. I have a commitment that I won't take a trade off stream to myself. And the stream is just my virtual journal, right? I narrate continually so I can hear what I'm thinking when I review them, and I can obviously see it. But that means because I keep it on the entire trading day, that's, they're all over 6 hours. So I need to have an accurate chapters or timestamps in there so navigate to the various areas rather than just sit and listen to the Be Right Back music or nothing for hours. That's impossible. Not helpful. I suppose if I was, now, I think it'd be kind of counterintuitive to edit those blank areas out because it doesn't really lend to the context of of the developing market. Now here we go. So everybody was excited about the price check at aisle 3, and they were going to go down and get the IB high, and now we're coming down to the mid. So are they going to test the mid and bounce it? And here we come down to a previous VPOC migration. See why those flags are nice? See here? I can obviously go back here and see that where this happened, right? But I don't have to disturb the view in the way I have my setting for Bookmap if I have these flags. I can also see it on IRT, but pointing out why it's the way I have it. Now what are they going to do? Are they going to go short and everybody's going to make a lot of money? Developing value area low. What's NQ doing? Nothing. I'm not going there. I guess you could say that was a VPOC migration south. We came up and tested it. But the problem is 21 to 23 is 2 points. So there was an obstacle. And here's an obstacle. And now we still have the IB low below us, right? So far, I think I've had two shorts? Yeah. One, two, three. Yeah. Two shorts stop and one long took me back in the market. The problem with, in my thinking, with mid and VWAP, typically retail, if you approach mid or VWAP from below, they typically sell it. Boom, they sold it. Otherwise, other way around. If it comes down, if they approach from the top, they'll often buy it, but that didn't happen here. So, nothing's set in stone, but that's kind of something that I always think about. Also, where does retail keep their stops, above or below these areas? So there are places of fuel. At the moment now, there would be a lot of fuel parked right up here above the VPOC. Does that mean we're going to go up there and test it? Are we going to mean revert up off of this? I don't know. That's the problem. And I'm gun shy to big earthquake on the East Coast, New York and New Jersey. That might have some effect here. That could cause a big sell-off, so let's be ready. I mean, the futures market trades in Chicago, but I guess none of the futures guys care about the earthquake. Is this a mean reversion? Are we gonna? You see how they approached that mid and sold her down? I don't know. Well, they can't seem to get above that VWAP. And the value area low is meaningless today because yesterday was a major trend day, and there are not value areas in a trend day because price is seeking value. It's price discovery. Well, there you go over that. Now, will they get up there for that value area or the IB high? That's a pretty risky long, in my opinion. Down here, of course, would have been a mean reversion, somebody will say. And they're probably right, obviously. But confirm. We want to go in the closet, buddy? Yeah, well. So, yeah, big earthquake in New York, New Jersey. Market went up. The old guy. We have the IB stat now in play, meaning that the initial balance high and the initial balance low will no longer migrate up or down, respectively. This is simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of trade, period. The acronym IB high is for initial balance. It's an old market profile term. That's, there it is. That's where that's coming from. And so now they cease to migrate anymore, and it's fixed. There's a very high stat, plus 95%, that one or the other of them will be taken out in regular trading session. Doesn't mean one, Doesn't mean two, means one or the other. Could be the first second of trade, after the 9:30, and could be 1 second before the close. We had another VPOC migration up. Is yet to happen on on IRT here, but I'm sure that it will. Kind of worries me that it seems to be lagging behind. I'm not really sure what the hell the deal is. Got an awful lot of stuff sitting right up here. Developing value area high, a previous VPOC, a bunch of liquidity, and then the IB high. I don't know. Let's see if we can catch a quick one off of here. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work like I had it planned, but I'm not going to have it blow back in my face. I didn't get snaps of anything. And I may be glad. I was looking at the previous MCVPOC into developing value area high. That was something stupid. It's 130, so 0, 1. Hmm. Yeah. Well, and there you have it. You see, I would have been stopped out on both counts. So that's why you don't play a breakout. And if you do, I should have jammed it right up behind there, I guess. But anyway, now what do we got going on here? Keep whittling it down, I guess. Now, the VPOC migration test and back up again would have been a lovely deal. There would have been a scale, and the IB high is probably on the table now. But getting in here would be a double mistake or second mistake. This was the entry down here on the test of the VPOC migration tests. And then when the buyer stepped in, hit that long. Yes, that's, and again, just getting up to that developing value area high and not being able to get to the IB high. And that's not unusual. It could, we could set the IB stat with the IB low, for Christ's sake. So you see how that works. That would have been a pisser number 2 right there. This would have been fine. Would have been scaled risk neutral, and then, helmet, and away you go. Chances are extremely good this is going to get hit. But I'm so glad I did that. I wish I'd have done that, but hey. I'm going to now, I smell breakfast cooking, and that's always a good thing. I was amazed that they didn't, no reaction to the big earthquake on the East Coast. That's kind of interesting. Okay, what do we got going on here? Other world. Oh my God. 15 email. There we go. And while I have to type some other crap, there we go with our IB high, right up to test the previous MCVPOC. But yeah, again, rewind to the part where I talked about the challenges of being over here in Eastern. What I was getting to about that moving to Central Standard Time and how convenient it was in Kuala Lumpur. Obviously, it's challenging because I'm doing two things at the same time. And I'm not going to shoot a golden goose. And so I need this to be fully replace my other situation before I would, let it loose. And even at that, I would always be, a little bit hard pressed to cut loose a very lucrative, who shoots a golden goose, right? So, yeah, but it is challenging. Just like right now, I'm busy typing something that somebody emailed me, and I look down and there's been a VPOC migration. There was another VPOC migration, and then we went up and took out the IB high and took out up to this. Now, granted, it's only 3 points from here to here, so the scale wasn't there to the IB and all those kind of things. It was still irritating. And pull back, and now we're going to run. Maybe. They might squeeze them, which would be cool if they did that. I'd love to see a squeeze get off like yesterday and just jump on one and let her run. Oh, man. God damn. And some mindless jibber jabber with a lady here in London. And look at this. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get in there now. This is just too frustrating for words. And just mindless crap. Yeah. Well, This is definitely not one I'm going to get in on, unfortunately, again, as I did not yesterday. I mean, I did get in yesterday and, 400, 40 ticks or something like that. But right now I'm down about 6 ticks, I guess, net. And, would have easily had that compensated right here as I'm busy answering a stupid question from somebody. Wow, frustrating. Makes me want to just put it on pause. Calm down. And this is exactly why I get irritated about that, 31.48, damn near 20 points. And a test of VPOC migration up test right here. Take out the IB high and away you go. And I'm busy typing to somebody who's done something wrong and needs me to fix it for him. God damn. Yeah, anyway. Well, the test down to the IB high seems to be a successful maneuver. Not really a trigger, though, that I would consider. You got 155 stops out right here. But then what? There's no, up and back down for a trigger and then off we go kind of thing, which is, I think, kind of important. And, I'd love to get a fast scale off and throw them both out at the scale and be positive on the day and stuff like that. Now I'm down about 6 ticks, I guess, which is certainly not a big deal, but, up 6 ticks is always nicer than down 6 ticks, I guess, isn't it? Well, I don't understand how this damn thing is working at all anymore. This VPOC still stays up here at 2309, and everybody else is jammering about one down here around 275. It beats the hell out of me whether I'm not doing something right or, I've been doing this. Well, I guess I could be doing this. Yeah, this is my micro composite. Other people are talking about theirs down here at around 275-ish. Mine is obviously way up here, and why that is not recalculating is just visually it looks wrong. Maybe not. It's hard to tell with the VPOC in the way here, you see. Whichever one of these is the higher, but it kind of looks like it's down here. Maybe up here. Let's see. Maybe that shows it off a little better. I don't know why. Why? It's drawn the same as everybody else. What can be different? Other than if this were included, which it isn't or shouldn't be really. Or this one excluded. But in reality, yeah, is what it is. I just am wondering why my VPOC is not down here someplace around there, around that high volume node. And I've recalculated this thing about 15 times, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. Anyway, yeah, these are all tagged out. Okay, I don't know. That's certainly not a crisis when it comes to doing something here. Wow, it's only 10:30. I'm tired and in a bad mood already. People get annoying me from this other world. Silly questions. Well, are they going to take it somewhere? Yes, they are. Where are they going to take it? That's what we don't know. Our highest VPOC is down here. This is the IB high, and they're just slamming it all over hell and gone up here. Would be nice to grab a quick one way or the other out of here and turn things green. But I don't want to jump the gun. I'm not focused in the market at the moment. Too much other stuff there. So I will just stand by and watch for a little bit here. Get back into it. Looks to me like we're having a pop here, headed for that high a day again. So I'm just over the moon, happy that I've missed like 40 or 50 ticks on these rotations. And I don't know what to do about it. Well, are they going to get up to that high a day? There's 45, 48. That's 3. There's my target. That would be my scale for a full, and I'd take both of them off and go to bed. At this point, I'm irritated. Yeah, so the 31.45, there's 15 points on this IB continuation. And I'm relatively certain we're going to get up there to a new high, even though there's a lot of liquidity living up there. The main reason I say that is right here. You'll notice that there's absolutely no excess at the top. It's flat. That's not normal. It should come down to a point for the auction to pair off, right? Or my charting's goofy. That's another possibility. But looks to me like we're going to take that IB high continuation across and up. And I guess this is working. I don't know. I think I got it all happening here. Put this on Mutaruni. There we go. All right, so yeah, here we come. Kind of a gun. RMT is so clear and easy, you know. That's especially with Renkos. It's just incredible. But there we go, testing up. See if they get into that liquidity, get a pop for those stops at the top. That would put some excess up there. I'm obviously not going to take a trade at this point. That's a breakout long, blah, blah, blah. One of my famous. I actually have several error codes, you know, execution, FOMO, breakout is one of them. So it's error, you know, ER-BO, because I think it's kind of redundant because I believe that a breakout trade is essentially FOMO. And I realize very definitely that there is a whole bunch of people that trade momentum and breakouts. I mean, the Turtles, you know, Richard Dennis and his squad made millions trading breakouts only. That was their strategy. So a lot of people do it, but you got to have deep pockets to take those drawdowns and pullbacks. Which can be trying and annoying. Most definitely. Kind of like people coming up with non-critical silliness, in my view. It's like, anyway, everybody thinks they're doing stuff for the right reasons, so that's got to always take that into consideration when you're working with a larger group, which I'm not. I guess that's probably why I always worked for myself and had my own thing. I grew up that way too, which is probably another part of it. It's basically generational. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I never really thought back about it before, but nobody in my family has ever worked for anybody else that I know of. I'm probably the black sheep of the family now. but only in the latter part of my life. When I was young, I actually said to someone, they said, "You can't go do that." We bought a sailboat and took off for the Caribbean. And they said, "You can't do that." I said, "Well, I'm going to do what I want to do when I'm young, while I'm young. And when I'm an old guy, I'll come to work 8, 10, 12 hours a day, no problem." And it's ironically more or less worked out that way. I didn't like, it wasn't a rational, this kind of thing that I thought about through the years, but I know very definitely when I said that and to whom and when. And I look back on it now, it's definitely kind of surprising that it did work out that way. And I guess it says a little bit about your words and what you tell yourself. People tell I'm a terrible trader. This always works out the wrong way, blah, blah, blah. Well, it will then, and I have to watch doing that because I think that critical analysis is a good idea to figure out what you did wrong in trades and stuff like that. But you have to watch what you tell yourself. The words what you vocalize, your mind picks up on, I believe. Got to get a new. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we get that excess I was worrying about here. A little bit. This IRT is not looking very good. It's looking goofy on me, and I don't know why. Yeah, so we got the previous RTH high. We got some excess now, and we got through that liquidity. So yeah, Yahoo Buckaroo. Now what? And actually, we're right at our balance level. This gold lines or balance level on the well, then it happens to be there, and it happens to be right here. That's the balance level on the day's trade so far. It's a IRT thing, indicator or whatever. Why this piece of shit's not updating, I got no idea. But I should say POS. Excuse me. But yeah. I thought I had about the most powerful computer I could build. I build my own trade machines and have for a long time. And I thought I was building the best one I could get. And I went with an i9 2900K and 129, whatever it is, K, the top Intel at the time. 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. The light part of the system is the graphics card because typically trading doesn't require the power a graphics card like gaming does because there's we're not doing ray tracing or any of that fantastic 3D stuff or anything else. So typically it's not really required, and if you notice, open up Arc Crate or whatever, and it's pretty light use on the GPU. But anyway, in any case, but I'm not really necessarily pleased with the performance of this machine. And all I'm running here on this trading machine is 2 programs. Well, 3. I'm running IRT, I'm running Bookmap, and I'm running Rhythmic. And that's what's active during the day. Well, look at this go. Now they may get them squeezed. Now they could be getting a squeeze on them. Undoubtedly, that was a stop pick. They grabbed 487 stops up there. They were sitting up above that liquidity here. 52 is the area of that balance, which is also liquidity, but that's the balance, range balance over here. I think whatever that's called. Balance area. Yeah, that's the balance area of the total range, not the volume balance. But anyway, that's that. So we're going to get squeezing here. Maybe grab a fast 3 points off the top. I don't know. This is a breakout. No, I'm not going to do that. Oof. Getting all excited at the mouse there. I'm at the keyboard. It is irritating to watch it just go like yesterday. It just basically just throw a short out there at any point yesterday after that sell-off started, and you'd have been some guy in the Traders Lab posted that it was like 44 grand. Now that means he had to have had 10 lots on, because but with a one lot was $4,400. It was 88 points from average price in to stop or sell out or close or whatever. And he posted it, so I believe it's true. But that's just basically throw out a stop and throw out a short and go yay. This is kind of the case here. Once they got through that high, it was just throw out a long and look for the squeeze up. Now they're trying to get on top of it and hammer them back down again, but got a high volume node up here at 59. Probably going to hit the end of that. And all I would really, obviously I'd like to put a big, couple $1,000 in the, worth of ticks in the account. But at this point, I'd be happy to even it off and have one more good winner, and then I would be well in the green and moving forward. I hate to, one or two steps ahead and one step back, and it feels like dancing. Got a place to watch out for here, though. This 59, how about or 58.75? This high volume node from the micro composite. Obviously, it's not a high volume node to do with anything in today's travel yet, but it is on the grander scheme of things. And there's that high volume node. Jesus. Jesus, Lena. Oh. These are so easy to trade once you're on them. Had I been not otherwise occupied and gotten that IB continuation, I'd be feeling like I was a star, man. up now 33.58. Just about 20 handles. Not ticks. Handles. The IB is at 31.25. IB high, 31.25. But can't even see it. Yeah, IB high. There's the IB tests, continuation, buyers, get on it. Get on it. Oops. So here we have the IB level, IB high. The test, buyers, just get on it, and there you go. To the moon, Alice. Almost 20 handles. 80 ticks. $1,000 on a one lot. So, yeah. It's here, and RMT trading, it's very easy and very clear. RMT is my acronym for rear view mirror trading. Well, I will continue to watch this here. And I can't really say what would make me want to engage at this point. The context is obviously up, which would mean in my world, in my plan, only we would be only doing long. And, had I listened to myself originally, the two initial trades were both short. They both stopped out. Maybe says something. Actually, no, the first was a long, second was a short. Anyway, too early in the game. But so what would it take to get back in? It's pretty spooky. It's up there at the top. How far down can they bring it? The last kind of sensible area to me was the IB test. IB high test for continuation, and they didn't get below it at all, and off they went. So got to just be quicker and more proactive to just jump on that stuff. And this ain't the time to do that. This is, going along at the top. It's like shorting the bottom, Not a good thing to do if you're planning on getting somewhere in trading. And at the moment, I am on 3 trades, negative 6 ticks. Or 7, maybe it is. I don't know, whatever, around there. A handful of ticks, not 1.5, something like that. So it's certainly not the end of the world, but and I know that you can't predict anything. You can only anticipate, because this is a random market, and the probability of the next trade is always 50-50. Having said that, it's nonetheless, your logical mind knows those things, but your monkey mind hates it when you take a stop. Even though it's a part of doing business, and it's good because it protects your account, and there's a million logical reasons why there shouldn't be any problem taking a stop, and that you can't predict anything, that it's a probability. That's why having a vetted trades with a mathematically, statistically proven edge. And then taking all those instances as, the casino reference. That's the way to trade, in my opinion, and not be eaten alive by ulcers. And, FOMO and all that other crap that happens. And now I had a couple of little food, and so I'm sleepy. Yeah. So I'm. This is the squeeze that I was anticipating this morning early, and what a pleasure it would have been off of that 60, basically 60 points at this moment off the IB high continuation signal. So, that's just freaking irritating. Well, it is, and it is, and it isn't. It's reassuring in that there's a continual stream of opportunities in the market. And that's why you vet a trade setup. You take all the instances of it, and the law of large numbers manifests in your favor. That is the condensed version of the proper trading business, in my opinion. At my level, at our level, day trading, whatever, Sure, Citadel and high frequency traders, and there's a whole plethora of other ideas. And I'm not saying that this is the way to trade at all, or that my ideas are the way. I do believe, without question, that the concept of vetted trades, taking the vetted trade and letting the law of large numbers manifest just as the casinos do, is without question the correct approach. But you have to put in the work to vet the trades and vet the setups. And then if you vet one, then take that sumbitch every time it shows up. That's all there's to it. And that's, I think that goes without question. So, yeah, here we are again. And taking something now is, going along at the top of a 60-point move. Well, wouldn't you suppose that somewhere that at some point they're going to have a bit of a pullback for some profit taking? You would suppose so, except you can look at yesterday and there wasn't, yes, there was. There were interspersed profit taking points, pullbacks, if you will, places to get on short. Let's see if I can see that quickly here. Yeah, let's look at yesterday. Here's yesterday. I gotta smoosh it down so it even fits. Here's yesterday's trade. Almost identical to identically opposite to today. Yeah, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. You see, all the way down. And here we have down, up, test, just like here, and off. Now, is it going to get back up into these areas? Who the hell knows? Are they going to squeeze all these shorts out? Who the hell knows? But, that's interesting for sure. And if you go back and listen to the early comments pre-market, I was saying I was anticipating some, short squeeze. It was a very good possibility up. And guess what? We're over half the way now. We've squoze them out of half of them. Yeah, here we are, baby geeks. Okay, 11:04 in the Intermountain West. Actually, I'm in Central Standard Time. I'm not in Mountain Standard anymore. That's where I grew up, was Mountain Standard Time. Grew up on a cattle and horse ranch in Montana. Great way to grow up. Went to a one-room country school with all the first 8 grades and 11 kids and outside toilets until high school, obviously. Went into town for high school. Had a driver's license since I was 13 because ranch kids all knew how to drive and everybody knew it. And so I had a driver's license, so I drove myself to school 12 miles one way from 8th grade on. Yep. Interesting way to grow up. Great. And what the hell is going to happen now, baby? Yeah, so frustrating. Here I sit. Damn, this thing keeps doing that. Stupid damn thing. Mm-mm. Okay. Wait a minute here. Where'd this guy go? Where did Tim go? All right. Now what are we doing? Oh, we're about to that gap low, baby. I don't know what the hell's going on here, to be honest about. And again, I'm not going to get on this thing and think, oh boy, here we go. It's a squeeze. And, and it is. But I missed this entry or here, and I'm not going to jump on, and even here, this pullback, I guess, could be considered an entry. buy the dips. But I'm not sure that that's any kind of a vetted anything. The IB continuation is definitely one. I don't have any vetted anything around developing value area highs. So yeah, it's pretty frustrating that I can't just jump in here and grab a quick 3 points or something. But just as quick as I think I can do that, I'll jump in here and get 3 points handed stuffed right up my backside. And that's not what I want to have happen. I'm 2 down and 1 up. At this moment in time. 2 full stops and 1 to targets. No, to T1 and trailing stop to the old T2 or somewhere in that area, which is the trade management I'm going to try for a while, where I have that T2 is out at 48 ticks. And then I will, at T1, I will bring my stop to entry. And then as it goes up, manage below, swing lows or whatever else above that till we get to the, till we get up to the T2 target, which could also get moved out. If it was like yesterday, could have kept moving that T2 target way out in front and just trail the stop, or get rid of it altogether and trail the stop. But it's a bracket order, so you get rid of it, you're going to lose your stop too, and that's pretty much not a good thing. But yeah, so that's the deal there. That's the idea at this point. And over the weekend, I'm going to continue to fight with RTL until I get this. I want to be damn sure that I have my risk management, my risk neutral trade management set up, functioning properly in all conditions, so that I have the stops, the targets, and all that stuff, in place and working right, which it seems to be. But I want to check it because I've noticed a couple of anomalies. And then I have to start focusing on how to code the setup, taking into consideration my full criteria, which would be open type, context, and then the setup. Yeah. And then start, and then running the back test is easy, and the stats are great. Stats are phenomenal, actually. The reporting of the stats. I'm not saying that my stats are phenomenal. I'm saying that it's very detailed. All the information that you could ever possibly want is generated and displayed in the reporting. So I can actually look at that. Might be something to do while I'm standing here. I don't see that I'm going to be doing anything here. It could be looked at as a mean reversion, right? From outside in, here we got an outside up, outside up, mean reversion, right? With the mid or in being the mean being right here, because this is essentially the VPOC of this micro composite. So that's what you got to think about. Now we've just crossed below that, and we could very likely trade down to this low volume area down here, which is where we started. But this is not the time to do that, because where's your stop going to go? Well, in order to have it's going to go 3 points up here. And in order to make any kind of sense, it should be above these swings. So the entry should have been up here, then the stop's way up here, and then, it's all relative. And it's not like kissing your relatives. It's just all relative. Where are we? 11:22. Okay. So I'm going to look over here at the backtesting story that I've been working on. This, you could also send the backtest to the chart, and it'll graph it and put the trade boxes and all that stuff. Now, if I can remember how to get to the damn, come on, trading setup. Oop. Wrong keyboard. Oh man, what is going on? Freaking mice jumping all over every place. And so these are my, that's not what I want. Sorry. Oops. Object manager, where'd that go? There we are. So here's the trading strategies. Trading system, I'm sorry. So let's look at the IB. Well, I have an IB failure, which I started to code up here. Now, IB failure would certainly not be a viable trade today, right? Because it's an IB continuation. But the way it looks is, I can show you briefly, I guess. And this is how you code it. These are the rules you generate. For example, this would be the IB long. These are the rules that go in there. This is the first, yes, positive or negative, true, false statement is right here. That's what triggers it, yes or no. And then these are the settings for all the stops and targets and various other things that have to happen. So this would be the risk management setup or the trade management setup. Then there's the stops. And then there's the intraday short exits, T1 long, T2 long, long stop. Same for shorts. And you set up the back test like this. 1 day, last day, okay, and back test it. Boom. There's a back test, and you can do that for however many thousand days you want. Now, this is one of the first reports, which is, the general overview. How many trades, capital required per trade, all that stuff. Here's a synopsis, which is a good quick look. One I always pay attention to is maximum drawdown, $300. That means my stops are holding properly. And this is the trade view. So those are the trades that would have happened. Short entry, there's a T1, then a stop. This has the stop moving up to the entry when after the T1 is hit. So this moved up and the stop was hit. Short entry, short stop, entry stop, entry stop. All of these are stops. Here's a short entry. We got T1 and T2. T1 and short stop. And the stop moved up, so we got the thing. Now, the test of this is I go in and disable this stop move from the break even to the entry and see how this original profit, which was on that first report, how it compares. And that's how you do it. And there's all the stops down to 1125, which is, here we are. That's a hell of a lot of trades. Certainly more than I would take, which means that I need to refine better my setup criteria. What did this say over here? Yeah, see, it's a negative $625 because this, as I said, this is the IB failure, and this is wrong. What I would want to do is have an IB continuation. But anyway, that gives you an idea what the capabilities of the back testing are. Pretty phenomenal, I think. And you can also send that over here and it'll go real time. You can see the trades and the profits and everything happen in real time as the market plays out. Pretty incredible, pretty powerful tool. The problem is the errors on this side of the headset, or on this side of the monitor. That's the problem. Is I got to be smarter in the tools, so to set it up properly. Otherwise, you're just pissing in the wind, as the saying goes. All right, so I did that. I got nothing going on down there. Get rid of this up here. Walked away. So what happened? Yeah, baby. Here we go. We're at that mean low, baby. Oh, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. So we're essentially mean reverting around this fractal right here, or high volume node, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Will we continue to do that? Well, this would be the time if you were a big, brave fella, trader, person, whatever, not to be sexist, where you would take a long, looking for the mean reversion back to the top. Unfortunately, that's not me at this point in the day. My mind gets too far ahead of me. You know, I see how many times have we tested that hot top? And in my opinion, you know, testing up and not getting there means they're going to go down because it's too high. So if we break through this low down to here, you know, got a lot of space down this direction, at least down to this point. So it's not something I can do. Sometimes one of Tomism is, you know, well, yeah, it's mean reversion until it isn't, you know. So in other words, just keep trading it until you get stopped. Well, that doesn't. I'm not sure that's. And here we go. See, there we are. Exactly, mean reversion. Low volume. Here's the mean. Boom, we're there. Now we're looking at the top. So that would be well more than our scale. And then we would see what would happen. But how light is that? You know, that's, yeah. And that's not exactly, this was the original mean. And below this one is a different story. Also a stop, right? So, yeah. I have a lot more confidence in shorts than I do in longs, unfortunately. I don't think it's because I don't think it's a negative personality thing. Manifestation. I think it's just the market usually goes down a hell of a lot faster than it goes up. The old adage, they take the stairs up and jump out the window down, or the elevator down, you know. And that's kind of something yeah, I remember when I started liking the short. I guess it was way back when I first got started, I guess around 99. Yep. Got some sort of weather alert on my computer. I don't know what the hell that means. Looks like a bright sunny day out here to me. But anyway, Maybe there's going to be a tornado or something, or heat. I don't know. It's it's 25. Yeah, it's getting pretty hot. 25C out there. About 80, I guess. Fahrenheit. My hat. 76. Sorry. Yeah, now it's the mind numbing zone as far as I'm concerned. This time up through 12, and sometimes the market moves. It's just I have a problem with focus. I mean, I have a problem with focus all the time, especially with external interruptions. But the fact that I've got a, I've been standing here since 5:45. It's now 11:40. Almost 6 hours. 5 hours. And I'd love to just throw one on and have it do something. Grab a few out of there. I'd like to get to my 48 stop. I haven't, since I've changed that around, it has not been hit yet. Twice yesterday, it would have been had I not moved my stop up further than entry. I trailed it up too close and it got hit twice. Had I left it at entry, left it alone at scratch, or left it or moved it to the entry, as I've back tested, I would have gotten my target, I think, once in that time. And look at this. Here we go. There's our mean reversion again. Pretty amazing how that works. And I mean, you go, yeah, it can't work again. And here they do it. It's what the market does, right? They auction it back and forth. It's the auction. The market auction theory, or auction market theory, whatever the hell they say, whichever the way it goes. Whichever way it goes. Auction market auction. So here we have it in reversion. And here they down, test, up, maybe again, maybe not. Maybe just rotate back. But it's, how many times have they done that now? Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 swings of, roughly 10 points each. That's a pretty good day's trading. But I'm not brave enough to say, okay, I'm going to take this one down. I'm not convinced enough that that's what they're going to do, or I don't have it vetted, so I can't say every time I take that trade, I've got X percent of percent that it's going to work out. I don't have that. So what I do now when I look at this is I'm continually going, yeah, well, how many times have they done that? How many times does it normally rotate like that? And a million questions, all of which add up to not going to take it. And I ask myself, okay, are they going to do the same thing here? Up, down, consolidate, up further. They're going to come down, consolidate, up to the top, or maybe higher, and then 1,000 questions. And meanwhile, while I'm figuring all that out, it goes the other way and mean reverts back down. I guess that's why Tom, his saying is, well, it's mean reversion till it isn't. So just trade it till it doesn't work. That's easier said than done, because what's really critical is entries, because you can get stopped out in a normal swing. You've got to enter as high up close to the top up here as you can get, or the bottom, so that it's an asymmetrical trade. If you enter here, you got to here, basically, because that's the low, right? That's asymmetrical. You got this upside, and you got this little bit of a downside here. Same thing over here. If you entered short up here, your stop's way up here someplace, you'd be scaled down here, would you? No, 65, 63. So that's only 2 points. 66. Okay. Now you'd be scaled and it's neutral. That's the key. Get as advantageous entry location as possible, so that your stop is well out of the noise, and that increases your opportunity, or the probability that your scale will be achieved. And once that's done, it's just helmet, then it's okay. So I'm going to get a scratch, or I'm going to make my target, and then sit there. That's all you got to do. So easier to say than do. I think I understand the theory. What I'm lacking is a confidence, I guess it's because I haven't completely vetted these trades, these setups yet. The confidence to actually do that. I guess. If I'd have gotten in here at 65 half, wouldn't be scaled yet. Got to get down here to be scaled. Oh, caution, Will Robinson. There's a big move. That's a biggie there. VPOC migration way up there. Now, that brings up, okay, is it going to continue up, and there's that a VPOC migration north, and we're going to get on that? Or are they going to go down here and go, whoa, should we go down and test this? See if it's too low? I have no idea. I don't know how to say or think about that, actually. My initial feeling is that they're going to go counter down there and check it out. That's what I guess that's because that's what I would do. I would think, oh boy, all these retail dorks got long just now. And so I'm going to go down, at least down to here, and get all their stops. Or really hammer their ass and go all the way down to the last VPOC location, to quote, see if it's too low, and see how much fuel you get out of down there, see how many stops you take, which would mean shorting right here. That's the only way you're going to get. You got it's important to remember here that it's important to remember here, I had to write down that time stop, that it's a neutral, this is a zero-sum game. That means for every retail dork that went long right here, somebody sold it to them. Each one of these guys that thinks that's going up, somebody going, yeah, sure, okay, great. They sold to them, right? That means the only way they're going to profit is short. And that's the basis behind Tom's analogy that the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Okay. Now, nobody's to say that they won't keep shorting to them to up here and then bring it down to here and take their stops out. You know, there's nobody that says, there's nothing that I know of that says where those things are going to happen. And especially when you're right here, this is the POC. As I said earlier in the morning, it's nothing but the more than the price at which the most volume has transacted, period. So right now, the most volume in the RTH is whatever this says. What is it here? 99,000 something 70 contracts have traded right there. And also says that your chances of doing this around that VPOC is extremely likely. But now here we have a VPOC migration up, and Yahoo, everybody jumped on along, maybe. And the guys that sold to them are going, okay, thanks a lot. And a way to look at that is it's exhaustion. So 55 stops went out off up here. Only 9 went out here. So there's no fuel above there. There's no more buyers or stops up there, really, according to that theory. So let's take it lower. These are the things that go through my mind when I'm trying to decide, okay, do I take that VPOC migration up? Or do I short it? In this case, it would have been a 1.5 heat if you shorted right at the VPOC. 1.5 heat, and then down you go. But that's not a viable trade for me because it's not 3 points to the first obstacle. So it's complicated, you know. Conflicting messages to my brain. And I don't know the answer to those questions, but that's something I, would be great to find somebody that had done it long enough to know. Tom might be there, but he doesn't really explain that kind of stuff necessarily. I think he keeps it more at a basic level on his streams, for example. And what he will say is, well, vet the trade yourself. Meaning, and that's why I'm focusing on the back test, because if you tried to take all of the VPOC migrations in the direction of the migration, same context, same everything else, and got enough samples for a significant data set, which is at least 50, and then you would need to do another set going the other way, adverse to that migration, to see which one of those had the greater edge. Well, Jesus, you're talking about 100 trades, and that's going to take days and days to do that. In the meantime, you're burning up your account, et cetera. That's why trying to get this backtest thing going, it's real simple to have when the price exceeds the VPOC, or when the VPOC migrates up, and then how do you code that? I got to come up with that idea. Do you go in the direction or do you go against it? That would be a relatively easy thing to code, I suspect. And then you could, you can backtest it over however many days you want, 100, 2,000, whatever it is, and see. The way I've got this set up now is using the M4 contract. So it would only be that amount of days because I'm using rhythmic data, not my DTN, which is kind of weird because DTN is my historical data. So why I can't test that historically, I don't know. I tried that by using the @ES found, I think it is, or whichever, @ES ampersand, I don't know. It's one of those things, percent sign maybe, which is the generic DTN continuous contract symbol, which would give me, it's the same way that the 2,000 days are looked at on the homework. So I know there's a way to do it. I just got to see which way you do that for the back testing. And then you could back test any of these series over 2,000 something. And many days you want to go back, but I go back 2,000 days. Okay, now, so see the VPOC migration. What happened? All right. So you got long right here on the test, I guess, or here. Then you're long at 64, let's say 64 half. So you're at 61 half. Just almost stopped out. And then perhaps you aren't at scale yet. Really tough. Tough to do. Tough to do. And I'm getting sleepy, and it's almost 12, so it's about nap 30 for this guy. Friday is a great day because my wife doesn't have college. So that would be the trip I would be having to make here in another 15 or 20 minutes to get her. So I only have one pickup, one delivery, one school run delivery, and one pickup on a Friday. That's our daughter, 7:30 and 1500. So that gives me pretty much the day, except I get hammered I never get to see the reports go off. At the 7:30 report. I don't know what all those beeping and bonking noises are. To be honest with you. Crap going on here. I don't know what it is. I don't see any. There's an indicator. I think you can still see it. Yeah, down here at the bottom. If Bookmap is being overworked or whatever, how hard, it's barely thinking about anything. There's no lags or anything going on with IRT. Everything seems to be fine. I'm not in any trades, and I have nothing else working here except OBS streaming, and it's just flowing like right along, apparently. Yeah. And here we go again for another mean reversion, right? Exclusive of paying attention to what this VPOC migration story was. We were up here, outside, down. So we were up here. We migrated down here, migrated back up here. Now what are we going to do? And as Tom would say, in the T Lab, which I try to say something about every day because I reference it frequently. The T Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B., who's been trading 44 or 5 years professionally, exclusively. And the refreshing thing about him, I, in my opinion, for all the years I've been around this, he's one of the only ones. He's the only one I can think of, but there's probably another or two that are the real deal, that really trade, know what they're doing, aren't bullshitting, has nothing to sell. Doesn't call trades, has nothing to sell. He's not a YouTube influencer paid or any of that crap. Does it out of his altruistic nature, I guess, or maybe just likes to have people to talk to, because trading is kind of a lonely deal. But anyway, it's called the T Lab or Traders Lab. It's Tom B. You just have to join the Bookmap Discord chat, obviously, and then go look that up. You don't have to be a Bookmap subscriber. You don't have to pay for anything. There's nothing to sell. It's free. And I think it's a phenomenal resource for anybody. So, yeah, you do have to sign up for the Bookmap Discord, of course, but it doesn't cost anything. And so what? You sign up for YouTube, same idea. So I would recommend that. And there's a link in the description of this stream to get to the Bookmap Discord sign up deal. And then once you do that, go find Traders Lab by a guy named Tom B. And there's a good crew of folks in there that some have some really good, like every chat room, some really valuable people that you want to pay attention to what they say. And some others are just bullshit and bus tickets. But, there you are. Welcome to a chat room. But as far as internet chat rooms go, and I will say, as far as Bookmap Discord chat rooms go, this is the only one that I listen to or participate in at all. The other ones I've dropped in and out on, and every 5 seconds, this indicator is available for sale on my website, and blah 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 blah. It's the usual guru RMT stuff, Ruby Mirror Trading, and whatever else. So there you go. That's my T Lab salute for the day. But I do think I have no problem doing that. And, maybe he owns Bookmap for all I know. But the point is he's not visibly trying to get any profit or do anything for money other than just, share his knowledge and advice. And so that's great, I think. Oh, boy, would I have loved to grab that long. Oh, baby. But that's exactly where you get bit. Not being long here. Well, first of all, taking a long out of here as a breakout. And it was a successful breakout. This is the one that would have been a mean reversion. And then you'd still be on it for this. That's the better way to trade it. And that would have been fine in conjunction with or stars aligning with the VPOC migration. So, you rotate down here and then you come back, start up, and you get long and away you go, right? And now you got a good trade going on, and it's there's 10 more points from your entry around here to up there. The problem with this entry is there was not 3 points of scale before this obstacle. Now, if you waited for that to get through there and then got a buyer, you're long up here, which is looking a lot like a breakout, because remember that when you got here, this was the highs of the day and there was nothing going over here. It was just here. So you would essentially be at these highs looking for, which is different than that breakout. Yeah. No, mean reversion, that's what I'm looking for. Whatever I'm trying to think of something else and do something else. So there you go. And here we are with another mean reversion. As I'm busy typing, thank you, Tom, for his. By the way, he live casts or streams, whatever you call it, on YouTube, an hour and a half, I think, every day, trading day from 10:30 to 12. I believe so. So there you are. There's 912 out. This is really classic. 912 out. 2. If that's not classic exhaustion, I'll kiss everybody's butt. And then here we go down to, and we're at exactly the top. So a rotation down, mean reversion with that kind of exhaustion. That would have even been a no-brainer for me had I been watching for it. The only caveat would have been that I try to, part of my plan or one of my tenets of my trade plan is not to trade counter trend, or counter context. And in this case, any kind of a short. Here's today's trade. What is that? It's all long. So any short trade is counter rotation or counter trend. Now, this is about as perfect. It's actually, screen grabbable example of exhaustion. Trade. 912 out. Now let's go again. Oh, 2. No more fuel living up here. All gone. Down they go. That's actually worth screen grabbing, and I'm going to do that, to be honest about it. That's a classic example of exhaustion. Boy, if there was one. Ah. And now what are we doing? As I'm busy taking my screen grab and being eloquent, I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff over here. We had a liquidity vacuum or stop run or stop cascade right here now, just now. These are all icebergs. And this may continue to go down now. Where are we? Oh, God damn it. I'm tired of this thing doing that. Then it's got to wait and make up its mind and rechart or recompute or redo something. I don't know. I got to maybe change those compute settings, refresh settings or whatever they are. And now we're dangerously poking around the mean reversion level again down here. Damn it. I flick this mouse around and then it runs off to Jonah's house. It's all excited while I'm not looking. So we're down in that mean reversion level again. And will we? Where have we been before? Down here yet? Lately? No. Long time ago. Back here. Before that last up move. This was the end of the first mean reversion down. And here we have a similar one, 378.5. You know, I'm not going to take a picture of it and send it around. That's stupid. Oh, yeah. There we go. So what does that mean? Let's say if we get down here, we got trouble. Oh, man. Damn keyboard didn't work again. If I don't have this window selected, if I, for example, had my mouse had been over around the IRT or on the OBS or something, then my keyboard doesn't fire. That's frustrating. Frustrating. Right down to that. Right down to this level in the outside edge for sure. We break under that 55. I would say we got a good chance for lower. The NQ doing nothing. Hmm. I wanting to short this, but that's counter trend. The idea would be long back mean reversion, really, but that's contrary to my thinking.
See, I was so interested in taking a short, I didn't take this exhaustion at this level that they didn't get penetrate long for the mean reversion, which is the much more preferred trade of the day. It's in the direction of context. It's towards the VPOC, and here I am. There's 269 out here, and there's 34 here. So that's classic exhaustion. If you go long, there's 60. So you're well scaled at that point. So that was a real bad read on my part. The preference for shorting clouds my judgments. For sure. I was all excited to hit a short when they dropped under 55.5, thinking they were going to fall through that low volume area right here, but we're now touched it and we're going back up this way, trading this distribution, I think, seems. And now it's the middle of no place, so it's absolutely stupid to get into anything right there. And it may go down and break that out too. I mean, I may be right, but I might have been correctly assuming which way that was going to go. But for now, it's been mean reversion and the context is up. So if you want to be with the advancing soldiers, you would be looking for longs. What did I just eat? Oh, yeah, right. I ate something and couldn't remember what it was. That's not that's not a good sign there. Talk about having your mind on something else. Pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. I'm starting to think maybe a nap would be a good idea, but I'd like to get one more good trade on here. This is, however, 12. There's a 12-to-1 trade, which I don't remember exactly what it is, and I haven't gotten close to vetting that yet. I normally don't mix it up at lunch. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to take it off right now and go lay down for 30 minutes, to be honest.
Well, it seems like NAP cost me a couple of bucks. Jesus, that was the sell-off I was looking for. Right through here. That's where I was watching, and the sell-off continued down to mid and VWAP, back up to the POC. So there is a extremely wonderful mean reversion. Boom, boom. Yeah. Now where the hell are we, and what are we doing? Where am I? That's the next question. Nice nap, though, I got to say. So I guess this is where I went to bed. And here I am back in it. And what are we doing now? So there was a sell-off back. This is where I was watching it. Test the VPOC and down. NAP 30 right about there. Oh, no, actually. I'm completely wrong. Excuse me, right there. Yeah. So that whole dropping back up again was a... Look at this shit. This crazy movement as far as I can see here with hardly any volume, just smoking around over here. Lying around for I don't know what. Still down those 6 ticks, which is annoying. 7 ticks, whatever it is. Would be nice to get them back. But this looks like it's pretty crazy action here. I'm not a scalper, or as Tom calls it, purse snatching. Though these swings are, well within the range. Can't imagine where they would want to go with this thing, to be honest about it. 2 o'clock coming up. So I have to be mindful about this now. Here's a bunch of lows that we've been hitting and staying in this range for a while now.
Too late. It's too quick, too not nearly precise enough movement for me. Just little volume. I don't know what the hell you call that, where there's no real movement anywhere that you can put your finger on. And now we're coming down to the VWAP, which is going to test and pretty much usually bounce. VWAP from the top, from above is generally this guy's. And you see what happened there. It's that's not anything I can deal with. That is not something where I can manage my risk. We're talking about 3 points of error. 45 to 44 changed a couple points there. It's going to go down there and hit it, and I'm not going to have anything to do with it, unfortunately. And this is a 10-pointer, right? So, very nice range and trade, though. I got to say that. There's that bounce at VWAP. Not much of a bounce at VWAP, I guess.
Well, this looks like I may not get back to another trade-off here, to the positive. So I'm going to have to resign myself to the fact that I'd probably be down 7 ticks on the day. Certainly won't force anything. And I have my school run at 14:40. So a little less than an hour. And that's definitely a priority of my life. Got to figure this out. I wish the hell I could figure out an ETH time that was somewhat similar to trade. I'm just so used to the RTH. Asia's useless. I'm aware of that from being there, living there for so many years. I never traded that. Maybe London. Guess I could start getting up at 2 and have a look see, or go back and look at some 2 o'clock, some London session. Well, there would be the typically expected bounce heading at the mid. Now who knows about this VWAP story, but There we go. VPOC migration. Oh, that'll excite some people. Excites me, but I don't know I don't know what to do about it at this point. You know. If they try I don't know, it's flashing. I don't know whether all this flashing. Oh, I see what it is. No? I keep seeing all these lines flashing on the OBS screen, source screen. The VPOC migration down line is not strobing or flashing on my computer, but sure as hell is on that OBS thing. It'd be interesting to see if that occurs at the on the stream. Nothing flashing over there. That's pretty weird. I wonder if that does that on the stream. I never noticed it. Generally, I listen to the stream. I always listen to my stream. A lot of times on my headset and my at night going to bed on my phone just to see if I sound like a wacko. I can visualize a lot of the trading within the day. Oh, overtaken with a sneeze attack there. Well, that VPOC is certainly holding on. Everybody that thought that VPOC migration south was a great idea is wondering why. Myself included. I didn't take it, but I was looking at it. That's Well, up to that liquidity, I guess, somehow or another you could say that that was a something, I don't know what. Got some levels going on here, I suppose. Way back when. There we are. So we've traded back up to these levels here. What we're going to do from here, who the hell knows? That VPOC migration didn't do much for anybody's pocketbook. That's the hard part about that thing. I got to think about it some more. There's the migration lower. Up, test. What the hell do you get on? Or what do you do? How do you know? How do you figure out which way that might want to go? So I guess you could say we're sort of at a, I don't know how you could, I guess mean reversion, you could say so. There's a low volume area down to the mean and on down. Guess that could have been considered that. Now I guess it's going to just haul ass to the floor. What brought that on, and now they're going to go straight back up. What? I don't know. That didn't make any sense. It's five handles, but wow, pretty tough trading if you ask me. Nobody did, but anyway. That's the kind of thing. What are you going to do? You're going to, you're fat, dumb, and happy going up here thinking you're getting somewhere. And then you get this. It keeps going up to where's the outside edge for short? Then you'd be all happy. But why? I don't see that. Really. I don't see that. And real light trading, you notice none of there's 1 ball, 2 balls, 3 balls, volume balls, whatever you call them. I think I have them set at 100 and a quarter. So that's not many trades. A lot of this is just noise. further this goes, the more unlikely a trade for me is in the works. What's the NQ look like? I don't even know. I haven't even looked for a long time. There you go. There's something for you to trade. That's the NQ. I used to trade that exclusively for a couple of years. I haven't traded it last couple years. Kind of because of the T Lab and stuff I do there and with Tom and, the narration and things. I sort of focus on the same instrument so everybody's on the same page. And the movement of the ES has been superb. So the NQ is a snake, man. The problem with the NQ is it's so thin that it's, goes blowing past levels, sliding past stops, and the stuff you think you got figured out, and it's like gotta widen out a lot so the risk tolerance or your risk tolerance, risk exposure is a lot greater because of the way it moves, the volatility of it, and the thinness of it. So price goes slipping past levels and whatever else. I guess they didn't want it to go any lower, so they thought they'd bring the VPOC up and then it could take off and go up from there. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. And there's 3 points, go long. The minute that thing went, the minute the VPOC moved, go long and get him in scaled. So what? I guess. Ear to ear. Nothing in the way. But wow. What is that? What is that for? Why is that there? What's going on? Who's on third? Yeah. So 3 trades, likely going to be where it ends up. 2 stops with getting too rambunctious at early trading. I've got them. They're in the obviously in the stream. And then a reasonably well thought out one that went not to my new second target of 48 ticks, but to my first target, and then well past with trade management actually to my to where the T2 used to be at 24 or so ticks. So yeah, the problem is when you're down 2 stops, then a nice trade just doesn't even, could get you just back to 0, but I hate that. I really, really not sure what to do about that. Whether it's just ants in the pants or something that I trade too quick at the beginning, but it's such an irritant to be, going into an early morning on a stop. Now you're playing catch up. It's just irritating. And I'm sure it's just my technique or whatever, but whatever it is, it's irritating. And this is not a hell of a lot better either. get a little bit easier picture of what the hell is going on here. This is the day. Right there. So you can see where we're trading right now. Just hammering back and forth around here. It was a nice up move. Unfortunately, didn't catch this one. Here we go. I have no confidence in. Normally this thing should have tested here and sold down to VWAP and lower. But it had been to mid and back up again. So maybe they discovered that there wasn't anybody home down here. There wasn't enough fuel for them. And that was that. I don't know. Who the hell knows? But now this is not anything to write home about. It's a VPOC trade, which is the worst thing you can do. That's diddling in the middle, except for a situation where there's a specific VPOC migration substantially like this. This little crap here, is actually VPOC migration up. So that certainly doesn't suggest a short. That suggests that this was too low. This was too low. VPOC, they got into here. Now this is too low, and they can't get below it. They tried right there, and that didn't work. Only got 133 out and went back over it. Now they're going to just dork around up here, I guess. Let's see. I got to think about clothes and stuff like that here for going out and about to pick up that girl. Shucks, I would just love to grab one quick one, even if it's to my T1 on both, and just to roll over the. I hate going into a weekend with a loss, no matter what it is, even if it's 6 ticks. Still irritating. My monkey mind, my competitive nature, my whatever, Now, I will definitely be reviewing the trades tonight. Always do, and the weekend especially, working on the RTL and those back tests. I love it when she does that. I love it when she does that. Drives takes to watch the hit.
MVPOC? Maybe he's talking about I'm tempted to want to short this, but that's right at the POC. So, pretty much everything in my world says don't do that. Same as going long, same difference. It's the diddle in the middle part. And this, I think we're way past VPOC migrationville. I don't know how long that I would consider that was a factor, but certainly not this long. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen, I think. Let it happen, Captain. Interested to hear if that makes all kinds of clunking and banging noises when I move the microphone. Looks like it does from the whatever they are, the progress bars or whatever you call it on OBS.
Anyway, so I'm worried now that I'm not worried, disappointed, I guess, that I was sleepy and had something else to do, and so I did. But I was kind of hoping that I would catch another. Yeah, I didn't catch this pull off the high. So why would I think I would catch this one? You know, it's RMT. Boy, I tell you, that's a dangerous drug. That rear view mirror trading. It can really cause you to do some. It can cause you to think stupid stuff. I really skew your perception of reality because it's so easy to look back and think of see all the spots just obvious as the nose on your face that you did this or done that. The problem with a lot of guys is they say they did, and then they become an influencer and a big shot. Yep. Look at this. You don't realize what's happening. Look at this chop fest going on over here. And the swings, I guess they're staying about the same, but look at that mess. The hooping. Wow. Alarm's going to go off and time to go here in 10 minutes. I'll be shutting off before I go. what I was saying was, I guess it's going to run up. Getting some volume now. This crap over here flying around with nothing, just straight lines is disconcerting to me. And what's this all about? Who the hell knows, you know? Don't know if there's anybody there to squeeze, but I guess so. That's one hell of a price check. Price check at aisle 3 if they get it up here. This is too spooky. They do crazy things like that, and then they don't follow through and turn around and go the other way, which is what they just did here. Up, up, down. And what is that? There's 295 and what? How many's out here? What's this here? I don't know why it doesn't show that. $53 is this absorption area or liquidity area anyway. So 4 minutes, can't do this. No trades for me. So that'll be the end of the trading day. I just realized it's 36. The alarm's going off in 4 minutes, and I'm certainly not going to leave a trade sit here. So there you go. Have a good day.